The Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, sorry. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels they need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation. For the record, subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on the top of them, and they are on when the light is blue. Next, we will move on to the meeting minutes. Okay, so seeing as how we don't have a quorum, we will skip the meeting minutes and go right into here, right? The executive director's report. Go right into the executive director's report. Is there an executive director's report?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. Nice to be inside air conditioning, right? So this is the same executive director's report that I give to the full board. And so we'll talk about the priorities at NOACA. And starting with our long-range plan, we are about to begin the update of ENEO 2050, which is our current long-range plan that is required by the U.S. Department of Transportation every 4 years. But this is going to be a soft update. We did a really heavy update the last time. So this time we're going to keep the 2050 timeframe, and we're going to update it for census data, any post-COVID trends. We'll still do some public outreach, but more information's to come on this. But again, it's more of a soft update. Communications and outreach. NOACA has been in the news for many great things that we've been working on. One of those is the electric vehicle charging stations. So several media outlets, including the News Herald, Medina County Gazette, and the News Herald, actually both of the News Heralds and the Medina County had some articles on it. The Boston Road I-71 interchange. So there's been some controversy around a potential building of a I-71 interchange at Boston Road based on state legislation. NOACA's position has been that we do not support the legislation that was put in place to require that interchange at the state level, and we are supporting legislation to overturn that legislation. And so actually I was there on Tuesday to testify in favor of the new legislation, which repeals that legislation requiring that interchange. And obviously this has been very important specifically for the residents of Brunswick who do not want it. We opened up a lakefront trail in Lake County, and they were gracious to have us be part of that celebration. Additional lakefront connectivity news. We have been talked about in the land and on cleveland.com for lakefront trail between downtown and East 55th. And that essentially is a project that was spurred through our TLCI program, and we are funding it at $5.6 million. NOACA in the news, also downtown Cleveland TLCI study. We announced the results of that earlier in the year and had quite a bit of news interest, particularly around the safety of bicyclists and pedestrians. So we had some coverage on cleveland.com, Cleveland Scene, and IdeaStream. our Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund. We do have, at this time, given $500,000 from the loan fund to the city of Middleburg Heights for remediation on an old Sears site. And that will be redeveloped to mixed use. And at this point, it was covered nicely in cleveland.com. Also, our Go Ohio Commute Challenge was covered in the News Herald and Chronicle.com. We've had quite a bit of coverage in the News Herald, the Chronicle, and Spectrum on various different funding programs that we have and various funding of projects. Relative to legislative and funding issues, I, along with Bev Bertzloff and Andrew Bean from our staff, took a trip to Washington, and we had very productive meetings with the members and staff of our legislative delegation. And this was in April. We submitted a CPRG Phase 2 grant application, and that is to implement portions of the PCAP, the Preliminary Climate Action Plan, and we are requesting $9.9 million for a project that we are calling Reclaiming the Forest City, and it's to restore the city's tree canopy and to create a complete and green streets environment, and also offer e-bike rebates to residents so they can ride on that complete and green street. Major projects that we have been working on, the EV charging. We have 2 types of EV charging stations that are going up. Some are the level 2 and some are the level 3 that are the fast charging. And at this point, we've got 6 of them installed. And we had a workshop on May 30th about how to set fees for the EV charging stations, which can be at the low end free and at the high end break even. So you can't make a profit on them, but you can cover your operating capital costs, operating and capital, although primarily NOACA is covering the majority of the capital cost. The I-71 interchange issue, we hope will be resolved because NOACA and ODOT have partnered on a study. So we announced the study. The map in front of you, the yellow is the footprint. So it is essentially I-71 going from Pearl Road North to 303 South, and then Pearl Road west to West 130th Street East. And we will be looking at a conceptual alternatives for traffic congestion remediation, and we'll be essentially conducting a feasibility analysis and identify solutions. This is a really full-blown study with NEPA, and so it will be expected to take 2 years to complete. And we think that once this study is complete, we will have a clear alternative identified and be able to address the issue. Our Net Zero Cool project, many of you know that we spent some time a few years ago talking about this project. We have 3 phases. The first phase was already implemented, and it mostly had to do with the collection of the rainwater, and we've got systems set up. And if you look outside of our building on the east side, there is a panel that describes what we have done, and it's pretty neat. And then if you look behind the building, you can see some mural started, and you can see our green wall. Phase 3 of the project is to put a educational wall on the East 13th side, as well as additional on the back, and which is the north side. So we hope to have, I think today or Monday, a call for artists will be going out. And so if you have any ideas for artists, please let us know, or just go ahead and point them directly to our website. We are soliciting artists, which we will then shortlist. And then once we have a short list of artists based on qualifications, we will pay them a stipend to develop concepts, and then we will pick a concept. So we're looking very forward to that and could use your assistance in identifying artists. Our overall work program, the household travel survey is moving, is moving in the right direction in terms of getting folks to respond to it. We've had 12,000 received, but 6,000 of them, only half of them were complete. So we're trying to see if we can still gather more, or if we, at this point, are looking to see how to extract the best data that we can out of those. And we do expect to be completed with it at the end of the summer. Street supplies program, we bought some new materials for that, predominantly for Bedford, which is one of our TLCI communities right now. But the library, as we call it, the TLCI program library, the inventory of roadway materials, is open to all communities. So anything that you are interested in, or you know your communities are interested in, they may borrow from us, including speed humps, including plastic delineators, paint rollers, for artistic projects. We've got street furniture, lots of things. Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund, I mentioned Middleburg Heights already, but as a result of being able to expedite the spending of the first $1 million that we received from US EPA, we have been granted an additional $1 million. So now our program is a $2 million program. So we're very pleased with that additional loan, or additional grant for the loans. We've been very busy in terms of engagements. So we have been making presentations all over the city and the state, as well as a few out of town in the rest of the country. We were in Columbus, Miami, Cincinnati, and Painesville. Those are the highlights. Our van pool program, we currently have 44 active van pools, which is about 180 riders that cover 8 counties and 26 cities. So we're very proud of the program, and this is again something that we could use your assistance with in getting the word out, either to individuals who want to start van pools or to companies, employers. Right now, we've got 2 partnerships, 2 big partnerships, one with the Veterans Affairs, the VA of Cleveland, and one with R.W. Beckett of North Ridgeville, which is a manufacturing company. But they're great programs. The employees can get a minimum of 50% subsidy and a maximum of 80% subsidy. So it's a really good program, and especially if it's in partnership with the employers. We are currently working on the development of our 2026 to 2029 TIP, our Transportation Improvement Program. We have been working on our Regional Infrastructure Accelerator Program, working to secure large-scale US DOT credit assistance, specifically for the shore-to-core-to-shore projects. And at this time, we have been assigned a project development lead, and we are working to submit an LOI, a letter of interest. We are coordinating and working with the city, with Bedrock, with the Build America Bureau, and various consultants. Our internal strategic plan, this is an effort to develop an employee-focused internal vision that's in sync with our external strategic goals. And this is now complete. We've been working on it for about a year, and staff were provided an opportunity to engage in it throughout the process, and now we are looking to implement. This is a timeline of that internal strategic plan. The Lake Erie Coastal Ohio Trail Byway. We had our stakeholder annual meeting and tour June 10th in Cuyahoga County. So we viewed several lakefront projects, including Euclid, Waterfront Trail, Rocky River, Bay Village, and highlighted lakefront planning, and was a very successful day. I attended, and we had a lot of fun. And thanks to all of the communities that participated with us. Irishtown Bend Stabilization Project crowdsourcing platform. This is now open, so as part of our grant that we received from the U.S. Department of Transportation, our infra grant, we committed to a innovative funding strategy that was crowdsourcing. So this is open, it's working. Pass the word on that if people are interested in being a part of the project, they're open for donations. You know, every small amount of dollar helps to bridge the gap between the funding that we currently have and the funding that is needed. Initially, when we had submitted the application, we were looking for about $3.2 million. Not at this point certain exactly what we need because the gap keeps moving, but nevertheless, we're open for business. And I'm very proud to say I was the first donor. So I can verify and vouch that it works because I contributed to it. Overall work program. And now I remember, it's funny, I just was looking at my credit card statement and there was a strange charge on there. And I remember I'm thinking, I know I did something, but I couldn't remember what I did. Now I remember that charge. The 2024 OR Conference on Freight is coming up at the end of August. If you are interested in participating, we have some free registrations, so let us know and we can get you hooked up. We won the Ohio Auditor of State Award with distinction for fiscal year 2023. That means not only did we receive a clean audit, but we met the criteria for the financial reports on time and no findings, comments, or concerns. And to kind of give you a flavor for how rare this is, there's over 10,000 units of government in the state of Ohio, and we are only one of 45 that received it. This is an update that mostly was for the board, but nevertheless, I think everyone could benefit from this. We have updated the board packets that now have electronic bookmarking, so you don't have to scroll through the whole data. You can just click on the item that you want and it will take you right there. I know it's the small things sometimes that make our lives easier, right? And I did notice someone just brought up some breakfast, so please get up and help yourselves. 11th Annual Northeast Ohio Commuter Choice Awards, and I think we'll hear more about that later. But we kicked it off in June, and if you are interested, go to the website, gohiocommute.com, and the challenge is for employees and employers to help start a smart commute program. Oops. And then we had some very sad news this past quarter that one of our longtime board members, Dick Heidecker, passed away on April 29th. He was one of our longer board members, both on NOACA's board as well as on various committees. So just wanted to let folks know about that, and at the board level, we did take a moment of silence for board member Heidecker. And that is it for my executive director's presentation.
Thank you, Director. That's wonderful. So many great projects and you very busy. Great for the community engagement. It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions or comments? Okay, then we'll go ahead and move on. Do any of the chairs have a report? Okay, hearing none. There are no action items for this meeting, so we'll move on to the presentations. We have an air quality and public education and outreach update from Kate Money.
Hi, good morning. Welcome and thank you, Madam Chair, Director, and council people. I am here to give you a brief update on the air quality public education and outreach that we've been doing the past quarter. This is just for informational purposes only, and we provide updates on a regular basis to you guys. So without further ado, I'll give you some updates now about our air quality advisory days. This is something that I hope you are all aware of, that NOACA does provide this service to the region. We do public communications on air quality advisory days. We've had 2 advisories in the past, well, in May. We've had some more since then, but at the time of this report being done, we had 2 in May. When we do when there isn't an air quality advisory, we provide information to the region via our social media communications, via our website. We do emails directly to people who have signed up for our advisory day alerts. And you can also visit the airnow.gov website for daily air quality status. And, you know, because summer is coming up and we tend to see a lot more hot and air quality issues in the summertime, I highly encourage you to sign up for those advisory alerts. And if you would like any more information for your communities or sector organizations or audiences about this, I'm happy to provide that. Air Quality Awareness Week was also in May, from May 6th through 10th. This is a national awareness week that helps to educate and inform the national public audience, but particularly in Northeast Ohio, about air quality issues that affect us on the day-to-day basis, and also in different areas. So how air quality affects the environment, you know, animals and plants, the environmental justice issues involved in air quality, wildfires and smoke, which I know we've had some issues with in the past, how it affects our public health through asthma and lung issues, and then air quality and climate. So we did a number of social media outreach, and we had some impressions and reach that's identified there on the screen. And we continue to do this on a regular basis. The month of May was also our carbon-free challenge through our Ohio Commute platform. It ran May 1st through 31st. We had the challenge in itself is a public event. Anyone who belongs to is registered on the Ohio Commute platform and that logs trips. Any type of trip that they've taken on that might be carbon-free in nature on the platform, they're eligible to win prizes. We have a first, second, and third place winners, and then we have random weekly drawings. So this was very, you know, interesting, and we get a lot of support from the communities and participation in that respect. We had 62 participants this year, which is a little bit down from previous years, but we've had a significant number of SOV miles avoided, the commuter savings. This is all information that is public and accessible both individually and throughout the challenge on the Ohio Commute website. So really excited that we've had a good turnout, and I do want to thank our partners that helped support this program. The campaign itself had a number of impressions on our website. We did outreach throughout the entire month. We also had a spot on the Fox 8 Friday News air spot, which was you know, fun to do, and we got some reach on that as well. We talked about both the challenge, air quality advisories, and the Commuter Choice Awards. Some event-oriented outreach and engagement. We did a number of things for the month of April, particularly for Earth Month and Earth Day events all throughout the region. Again, there were a number of presentations. We did some tabling events at various public and corporate events, and also at a couple of the colleges, Lorain Community College and Cleveland State University. Commuter Choice Awards is still open. Registration for this particular program, which is a program through the Ohio Commute platform to help engage business audiences and connect their employees with transportation demand management practices that those businesses are performing. It's just kind of a friendly competition to get them more educated and involved in ways that they can use transportation as something to help our air quality and the environment and help people get around in a more efficient and effective way. So our timeline currently, from June to November is the Commuter Choice Awards challenge period. Any employer that is enrolled in it, all they have to do is fill out a survey, which we have staff that can assist with. It is pretty easy and straightforward. But once you complete that survey, you're in. We have a toolkit that can provide some assistance with educating your employees about the challenge event and how they can get involved. And then this culminates in an award ceremony that will be held in January for our ranked, members, that the participants that are, that rise to the top, so to speak, in some of the ways that they're helping create transportation choice within the region. So if you are interested, please feel free to reach out to me or go to our website. There's a Commuter Choice Awards page that provides all this information and how to get started. Lastly, I just have some other, we're doing a no idle resources and campaign program that is currently in process. So look forward to that. No idle campaigns are something that can help improve air quality by asking people to turn their cars off in certain circumstances. And we're hoping to elaborate on that and create some more awareness about the value of no idles. We will continue to provide more updates to you all on air quality outreach and education. And that's it.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments? No? Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll get an update on governmental affairs from Beverly Bertzlaff.
Sorry, that wasn't on. Good morning to all of you, to the chair, to members of the councils. And I said, Doug, happy Friday and happy summer. So I'm just going to give a very quick update on, here we go. No action is required. And there's no previous action on this item. So I'm just going to give a quick update to highlight some of our recent government affairs activities here at NOACA. This is very casual, open to conversation, suggestions. Feel free to speak up if you think of ways to improve our outreach, messaging, ways that you can use your organization's networks to help amplify our message and support some of our legislative goals. And I always like to say all our work is grounded in our board-approved legislative agenda that gets approved each year in December for the following year. And it's a very high-level statement of our legislative priorities. On the federal side, strengthen the MPO's core or local control of core transportation programs, promote asset management as a funding priority, and incorporate safety, sustainability, multimodalism, climate resilience, and economic development in planning and funding. And then on the state side, improve the region's rate of return from state allocated funds to meet our regional asset management needs, and advocate for the inclusion of multimodal transportation within state funding and programs. And then we take that legislative agenda and we expand on that a little bit by creating this second document that's called our federal and state initiatives for action. I know you can't read the small print here on the screen, but this was included in your packet. And this is where we provide a little more detail on how we plan to put some of those legislative agenda items, actually put them into action. So I'm going to pull out just a few of those initiatives that you see listed in the color blocks there and talk about some of the things we've done recently to advance some of those initiatives. I'll start out by saying, and Grace mentioned this in her executive director report, we did go to DC in April, and we had our legislative or our government affairs team, and Grace met with several members of Congress and or their staffs. They were really good, productive meetings. Our legislative issues and asks were very well received by all members of our delegation. We talked about our legislative agenda, of course, passenger rail in Northeast Ohio, grant funding opportunities for the region on which we were seeking their assistance on moving some of those forward. NOACA's comprehensive economic development strategy, which is kind of a new area for NOACA now that we have a SEDS approved by the Economic Development Administration. So we talked a little about that and how we've applied to become an EDD, an Economic Development District, which is an official designation through the EDA. And we talked about some of our climate action planning activities. So now I'll mention one of our initiatives involves funding through the bipartisan infrastructure law, also known as the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And one of our initiatives states to coordinate a regional approach to maximize the impact of IIJA federal transportation funding on Northeast Ohio. So as we've talked about previously in these meetings, we did develop something we called our IIJA strategy, a regional strategy to coordinate funding opportunities throughout the region. We try to coordinate all these various new grant programs that were created in this infrastructure law and make sure that each one of those opportunities has an application going in from some community in this region. So that's been a big project for the last few years. So just administering that and making sure that no stone is left unturned, no funding opportunity is not applied for. We're trying to make sure our region gets as much of that funding as possible. And we're developing a new one-stop web page. It's under development now that will help communities better find funding for their projects. If someone has a project idea, but they're not sure where to look for money, we're hoping this will be helpful. We can also provide advice at the staff level on which funding program might be suited for their project. And we continue to support projects throughout the region with letters of support. When a community applies for a grant, especially for the transportation grants, it's very important to show that you have the support of the MPO. The federal government's looking for that. So we write those letters of support and get those into the communities so they can submit those. Just a few recent awards in Northeast Ohio. Here are several through USDOT, pilot program for transit-oriented development to GCRTA, a Safe Streets for All grant to Rocky River, All Stations Accessibility Program. This was a very big grant, $16 million to GCRTA for their Blue Line stations accessibility. So we're really excited about that. Airport Terminal Program provided $8 million for Cleveland Hopkins and $2.6 million for Lake County Airport. There are others. I'm just pulling out a few here. And these are just the most recent ones. There were several through US EPA. I won't read all these, but there's a lot of EPA funding, both through the IIJA and also through the Inflation Reduction Act, which provided a lot of climate funding. And I will point out that on that second The second one, the Brownfields grants, NOACA, as Grace pointed out in her executive director's report, received another $1 million for our Brownfield revolving loan fund. So, and then going on to passenger rail, this priority is named on both our federal initiatives for action and our state initiatives for action, because this really requires a two-pronged approach at the federal level and at the state level. Trying to improve passenger rail in Northeast Ohio, trying to get service that's more frequent, convenient, doesn't stop just in the middle of the night. To that end, NOACA participated in a forum last Thursday to discuss the vision for the Chicago to New York City corridor, and in particular, the segment from Cleveland to Buffalo, New York. An organization called the Lakeshore Rail Alliance put on a very nice event. It was called the Lakeshore Rail Summit, from transportation deserts to oases. And the idea here was to really sort of create some collaboration, some synergy among organizations from Cleveland heading east to New York City to try to work together to see how we can improve that rail service heading east from Cleveland. There was a panel discussion. Grace was one of the featured speakers. They had several speakers who gave presentations. And then following that, there was a panel discussion. And you can see Amtrak was represented. Wabtec is an engineering firm. And then two gentlemen from the Lakeshore Rail Alliance, along with Grace. It was a really great event. Lots of good ideas and energy. This was one of the slides that the Lakeshore Rail Alliance had, and I thought this was kind of, it really sort of encapsulated what we were there to discuss. You can see some of the Amtrak lines there. The solid blue lines exist. The dotted blue lines are proposed through the Corridor ID program. The gray lines also exist. So we have service from Cleveland up to Buffalo, the area that's circled in the red there. It's just not great service. So that's really what the focus of the meeting was, is how do we improve service on that stretch? NOACA's presentation talked about the economic benefits of improving passenger rail throughout the Great Lakes region. We got some really great information when we did a Hyperloop study a few years ago on the economic benefits of the Great Lakes region in improving transportation throughout the region. We affirmed that NOACA will resubmit the corridor ID applications that we submitted in the last round, but we're not successful. We'll submit those again when that program reopens for new proposals. We will be supporting Amtrak's budget proposal. They submitted their budget proposal to Congress recently, and one of the really interesting things that they've asked for is funding to upgrade the stations along the Lakeshore Limited corridor. So those are stations all through the Great Lakes region. It's a great sort of first step to get better stations. And of course, we're supporting the city of Cleveland's proposal to improve the lakefront station. They've applied specifically for a grant through a rail funding program known as CRISI, and we're supporting that application. And we will also be working through there's a new Great Lakes Authority. This is a brand new entity that was just created through legislation proposed by Representative Marcy Kaptur. She doesn't represent our region anymore. Through redistricting, she's now covers Toledo and the northwest part of the state, but she used to extend, her district used to extend into our region. But we have worked with her for years, and this new Great Lakes Authority, it's really exciting. It's going to provide a lot of funding and attention for the Great Lakes region. It's similar to other authorities that exist throughout the country. You may have heard of like the Tennessee Valley Authority and some of there are authorities that cover almost every part of the country now. And the Great Lakes region was really the last region that did not have such an entity. So our CCAPTA worked hard to get that through Congress, and it's now signed into law. So we think that will give us some extra impetus for, improving passenger rail through the region. And at the state level, we continue our support for advancing the 2 Ohio corridors that were chosen through the federal corridor ID program. The 3C+D route that you've probably heard about, it's a proposal to create a new rail corridor from Cleveland to Columbus, Dayton, and on to Cincinnati. And then the second corridor there is Cleveland to Toledo and then to Detroit. So the state received $500,000 for each of those corridors to do the initial planning, scoping work, to then decide whether they want to move forward with more detailed studies. And so we are, urging the state to move forward on those. Both of those would create additional service here in Cleveland. And we're supporting a bill, HB 48 in the state house, 488, sorry, in the state house that was proposed by Representative Michael Skindell. And it requires Ohio to rejoin something called the Midwest Interstate Passenger Rail Compact. Ohio used to be a part of this multi-state compact years ago. And other members include Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, Wisconsin, Kansas, Missouri, North Dakota, Minnesota. So everyone around us is part of this. And Ohio pulled out of that compact during the Governor Kasich years. And we would like to see Ohio back in the compact, to ratify the compact. And it will give us a little more standing, a little more support regionally. When I say regionally, the Midwest, the mega region, support among our peers and better chance of being supported for funding for rail in Ohio. So another one of our initiatives is to maximize funding opportunities through the Inflation Reduction Act to pursue regional climate pollution reduction goals. And to that end, as Grace pointed out, we in the city of Cleveland initially received $1 million. This was planning money to prepare something called a priority climate action plan that was submitted on the due date of March 1st of this year. And then we're working toward a more detailed plan called the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, or the CCAP. And that's not due till next year. Meanwhile, there was an opportunity to apply for implementation dollars to implement some of the goals in the Climate Action Plan. Those were due April 1st. And NOACA and the city of Cleveland formed a coalition to apply for a grant called Reclaiming the Forest City, Northeast Ohio Complete and Green Streets Program. $9.9 million. And it would provide rebates for e-bikes to make those more affordable, and for residents, sliding scale with larger rebates for disadvantaged communities, low income. And it would also provide funding for a complete and green streets fund that NOACA would implement. And then it would provide funding to improve the region's tree canopy. And we would be working with the Western Reserve Land Conservancy to implement that part of the funding. So we're awaiting word on that at this point. Under economic development and the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, we have identified this initiative to pursue initiatives and funding to implement NOACA's Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. So on that front, we are working to support a bill in Congress that was put forth by Senator Carper that would reauthorize the Economic Development Administration. It hasn't been reauthorized in many, many years. It's due for some big updates. This reauthorization will increase funding for economic development programs for communities throughout the country. It will provide support and funding for economic development districts, which NOACA has applied to become one. So it would bring more funding to this region. And it would reduce the local match requirements for some of these economic development programs so that communities, it would reduce the barrier to many communities in applying for community development dollars. At the state level, we'll be supporting a bill proposed by Representative Bride Sweeney from our region to reestablish the Clean Ohio Revitalization Fund. It ended over a decade ago, and this would reestablish this fund, create a permanent source of brownfield funding, create merit-based review, and open up applications to more entities. And we're also, at this point, tracking the Ohio capital budget and that funding through the one-time Strategic Community Investment Fund, the SCIF fund that the state legislature created recently. It's a one-time fund. They're funding all kinds of projects throughout the state. It includes funding for numerous projects here in Northeast Ohio. They're holding hearings on it this week, and it's expected to be approved by the legislature perhaps as soon as next Wednesday and go to the governor for a signature. So we're following that. Finally, and then looking to the upcoming transportation budget, that will, every other year, the state legislature considers and approves a state transportation budget. So next year will be the year that the governor will propose a new transportation budget, and the legislature will consider that and approve that. We continue to advocate for increased funding for transit in Ohio. Ohio continues to rank among the lowest of all 50 states in terms of its per capita spending on transit. So again, we work with GCRTA and our other transit agencies in this region to support that funding. And in addition, when it comes to the transportation budget, we continue to advocate for a more equitable return of state transportation dollars to our region. We've long felt that the formulas are out of whack and they don't return as much funding as we send down to Columbus with our gas tax dollars. And we also, another one of our initiatives is to encourage comprehensive and equitable maintenance of the national highway system routes in Ohio. And that just means that ODOT chooses to maintain roadways outside of municipal corporations, and they could extend that maintenance to include roadways inside our communities, and we've supported that. So in advance of that transportation budget that will be considered next year, we've started scheduling meetings with our State House delegation, one-on-one meetings with various members of our delegation to discuss some of the issues that are relevant to the transportation budget. We'll be having these meetings throughout summer and fall of this year. And then on the issue of interstate highway interchanges, we were just in Columbus 2 days ago. NOACA, Grace went down to testify before a hearing of the State House, the House Economic Development and Workforce. I added an extra House Economic Development and Workforce, Economic and Workforce Development Committee. Sorry, there's an extra development in there. Anyway, so that was the committee, hearing this legislation that would overturn language put into the last transportation budget that we believe doesn't belong there and shouldn't exist, that would appear to require the construction of an interchange right there at Boston Road at the line between Cuyahoga and Medina counties. And our position is that that's not the process. There is a process. The federal government has a very detailed process about how interstate interchanges on the federal highway system should be determined, and that process has to be followed. So we're supporting the process that the feds have laid out. We're also supporting part of that process gives MPOs a significant role in those decisions. So it's really protecting the authority of the MPO. MPOs were created in the 60s just for decisions like this, to make major decisions on federal transportation spending and infrastructure and investments. So we testified again that that language should be overturned. There are bills moving in the House and Senate that would overturn that language. Melanie Miller, you can see there on the right, is a state rep from Medina County. She has introduced a bill to overturn the language requiring that interchange be built. And basically what the committee wanted to hear from NOACA is that we are working to solve the problem. We are working to solve that congestion problem. We have gone out, we put out an RFP for a major comprehensive feasibility study to look at the area of concern and come up with a plan once and for all that will solve some of the congestion and the issues that Strongsville has. So they wanted to hear that we are moving forward, and we stated, yes, we are. So we're hoping that they will then move forward on this legislation to overturn the previous language. Also wanted to note that we have, NOACA has begun to participate in a statewide safety initiative. A group of people from all around Ohio have come together to support coming up with some ways to improve transportation safety in our region, especially for pedestrians and bicyclists. You know, during COVID, we saw everywhere, not just Ohio, not even just Northeast Ohio, but throughout the nation, an increase in speeding, which resulted in increases in traffic injuries and deaths, but especially those involving pedestrians and bicyclists. And speed is a frequent factor. So a group of Ohioans have come together to try to see what can we do to make some improvements along those lines. The partners include Angie Schmidt, who she belongs to our ELAC council, the Emerging Leaders Advisory Council, and she has a consulting firm. And then Jacob Van Sickle with Bike Cleveland, Charles Slife, who's a member of Cleveland City Council, Tristan Rader, who's with Lakewood City Council, and many other safety advocates throughout Ohio. We went to Columbus last month and spent a day talking to legislators about some of the ideas that have come forward. One of those is to perhaps, well, I'll cover that here on the next slide. One of those is to, the second point is to work with ODOT to develop a proposal that would give local communities a little more control over safe street design and their local speed limits. Allow communities to look at the context of a roadway and say, you know, this street, even though it may be considered a state highway, there's a lot of schools, there's a lot of, this is mostly residential, and let local communities have a little more control over their speed limits within their communities. So that's one of the things we're looking at, and we're talking to ODOT about. We're trying to achieve some consensus there. We did get a lot of support for that when we raised this issue with our committee here in at NOACA. We also are supporting Representative Skindell's State House Resolution, House Bill 490, to create a World Day of Remembrance for road traffic victims. So that's it. Sorry if I talked too much. Looking for, any comments, any input, suggestions?
So about the speed limits, we at ODOT actually have a pilot program where we're giving a certain amount of funds to certain individual communities to work on designing their kind of older roadways to be more suitable for setting lower speed limits.
I'm sorry?
For setting lower speed limits.
Okay.
25 miles an hour is kind of the target speed limit. We have one in the city of Lorraine where we're actually partnering with NOACA. You had the cycle track on State Route 57. And so that section of roadway was also identified for speed targeting. So that we're working with them. And then it's outside of the NOACA region, but we also have one in the city of Ashland as well. So looking to work with them to try to do some strategies on one of their older roadways to lower speeds on that road, make it suitable for 25 miles an hour.
Yeah, that is great and very much appreciated. And perhaps that's something that we can see how those proceed and whether or not that's a model for expanding this initiative. But that's great. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you. Yes.
I just have two comments. One, I don't know when the state of Ohio will have a significant surplus, but if you look at the photo in front of you, I truly think we have the ugliest state house in the country, and it just looks like whenever the budget was, they just decided to cut the top off of this building, but maybe that might be something that they could do. Two, on the brownfields, the Clean Ohio funds, that was a great program. The city of Cleveland, we utilized that significantly. And I would absolutely try to get some traction or whatever is needed from NOACA to really help support that program and get that funded again. And then maybe even with a lot of the significant Sears department stores, vacant Kmart's that tend to be a little bit more in suburban communities, maybe that could be something that would be also eligible to help repurpose many of those buildings. I think they refer to them as gray fields. They don't have significant environmental issues that many of the former manufacturing brownfields have, but that could be something maybe to advocate for, to include on that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. And in discussion with getting roads reduced from 35 to 25 miles per hour, another good candidate for that list would be Park Avenue in Elyria. So maybe we can continue that conversation in the future. But I did notice during the Lakeshore Alliance meeting, the discussion of the Cleveland to Buffalo Railway is like the missing gap. But I know NOACA's jurisdiction extends a little further west into Lorain County to the Elyria station. So one, I'm wondering if that was included in the conversation, and two, what an update would be on that station.
So we've talked to Amtrak extensively about that station, and they've told us that they have funding identified to improve that station in Elyria. So I will have to check on what the status of that project is, but they've told us that they've got the funding already budgeted for that. So, but I'll double check again with our Amtrak, our contact.
It's my understanding that it's currently under design.
Yes. I'll say.
Thank you. To the chair, to Bev. I've already expressed this previously in email, but it doesn't hurt to ever give our thank you and our kudos to NOACA. Thank you, Grace, for all the support as evidenced by these recent competitive federal grants that we've been able to secure through the IIJ. We appreciate that. And we appreciate the responsiveness. We appreciate the relationship we have with NOACA. And most importantly, we appreciate the advocacy. So thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
Eric, you had a comment?
So this I-71 study, is that being run through NOACA or being run through ODOT?
Through NOACA. So NOACA will be the owner of the contract.
The owner of the contract? And you're working with District 3 and District 12?
That is correct. So the scope was jointly written by NOACA and ODOT, both districts. It is currently out for bid. And we will hopefully have something to bring to the board in September.
Okay.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll move on to reports and updates. Are there any reports or updates? No, hearing none. Is there any old business? Any new business? Okay, moving right along. I guess since we don't have quorum, we'll just go ahead and adjourn the meeting. All right, thank you very much, everyone. Have a great rest of your day. Try to stay cool out there.
Thank you.
signed in to speak today? No. Okay. And there are no action items for this meeting. And discussion of topics from community combined. Are there any discussion topics that we would like to bring up?
Yeah, so normally we take the discussion topics from the combined business community and rural advisory councils. And Liz Barlick, our associate director for executive affairs, will take this item.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. Just pulled a few things from our agenda from earlier. If there's anything we want to spend any more time discussing, very informal, very open. So first up, we had our air quality education outreach. So a question specifically from that, if there are any suggestions to increase participation and awareness of NOACA's rideshare and Go Ohio commute programs to your respective audiences. So those are some key programs for us here at NOACA, and we're always looking to amplify them, to improve them, to expand awareness and participation in them, and look to you all for any guidance on that.
Andrew.
Oh, Andrew, sorry. Go
Are
ahead.
you, Madam Chair?
I was just leaving it open.
Oh,
Sure.
Whoever talks, talks.
there we
Okay.
go.
No, I was just wondering because in certain pockets of our community, we have little industrial zones that go down a street with a cul-de-sac, for example. Is it possible, because usually those companies are away from the convenience of the commuting route. So, and many of their employees don't have driver's licenses or access to cars. So would it be possible for multiple businesses on an industrial street like that to be able to combine and jointly go into the rideshare program together? Like multiple companies to make it more convenient?
Yeah, absolutely. There is no particular limitation on where the workers go specifically in terms of their endpoint. But yeah, that would be possible. I think she's saying, the chair is saying you can just keep talking.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Sorry, just not used to that. Robert's rules has been banged into me.
Well, yeah, Robert's rules, yeah, we're just gonna oversight that right
Sure,
now.
Sure. So at any rate, if you could give me an example, if this has been done before, a template perhaps, there's definitely a couple areas where we could suggest this.
Well, you know, one of the areas that does have a van pool in Lorain County is the RK Beckett Company. I'm sure you're familiar with where that is. It's a very large employer. And so that's one example. And if you wanted to, and remember, a van or a car is only going to hold up to 6 to 8 people at the most. So generally that works for an employer. And it does not have to spill over into another employer. But should there be one next door, for example, and it was 4 and 4, that would work.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, and it's great to see Beckett took advantage of that.
Actually, we started working with Beckett because at one time our board president, who was a Medina County commissioner, was the plant manager for RK Beckett. And so we started those conversations way back when, and they finally came to fruition.
One thought I can share at least, which I'd be interested if this came up during the other advisory council meetings, is I know we're in a period of relatively tight employment and as well as inflation and rising costs for consumer goods. And so I'm wondering if there's potential alignment between whether it's the Business Advisory Council or employers in the region as providing transportation benefits as a way to, as an incentive for employees, as a employee benefit. I know that that's applied to various degrees, and I think we talked about this slightly at our last meeting back in March as well, when it comes to employment downtown and parking versus other subsidies. But maybe aligning this more closely with employee incentive packages is a way to get increased participation. But I just wonder if that's reflected in what NOAC is hearing from either the Business Advisory Council or employers in general, that hiring and retaining employees does seem to be a challenge broadly. So maybe there's potential alignment there.
I think that is the case. I think that one of the reasons we're suggesting that employers get involved in the van pool program as opposed to employees going out and trying to do it just themselves is the employers then have the opportunity to cover that other part of the subsidy. So if NOACA covers 50 to 80%, they can cover the 20 to 50%, and then the employee doesn't have to pay anything at all. So there is an interest in those kind of incentives, and there's an interest in the employers wanting to facilitate these van pools to get their employees to work. I think what we have to do is, I think, step it up a little bit more in our discussions with the various organizations that, like chambers, who work with the employers. I think we need to step up our game there.
Any other questions? All right, do we have another one legislative?
All right, moving on to our second presentation that we had earlier on legislative updates. Two specific questions. Has NOACA conveyed pertinent strategies and approaches in the 2024 legislative agenda and proposed action items? So remember, this is a board adopted strategy, and we do look at it every year. And are there any other opportunities for NOACA to accomplish this legislative strategy?
I'm wondering if there is any connection between some of the transportation initiatives or strategies and its relation or connection to affordable housing. In particular, workforce housing, as we're talking about supporting businesses and seeing if there are any opportunities there.
So in the last legislation, the IIJA, there was some language that was very clear about MPOs now focusing on housing. So what we could do is start to think about a study for the region on workforce housing and focus solely on that workforce housing, because I think there's a lot of other organizations such as the housing authorities that do a terrific job on low-income housing, but not specifically workforce housing. And so maybe that's something, particularly with our SEDS, that we could focus on.
Agreed.
I know at the city of Cleveland, we're actively working on affordable housing, of course, and that's always a pertinent issue for our organization. And when it comes to the allocation of ARPA dollars that we've done over previous years, we've allocated a significant amount of that towards affordable housing. I know our community development department and I think in part from the leadership of Chief Epstein with LISC, they're working on a fund to provide debt financing for affordable housing projects. And as a part of that, we, at least in the Planning Commission, are providing guidance in terms of how to competitively score projects and are trying to score projects competitively for proximity to transit, particularly high frequency transit as well. And that, I think if NOACA, if this group and NOACA was interested, we could probably present on that when it's ready, if that would be interesting.
That'd be
That could
great.
be aligned with what you're saying in terms of just having a platform to share that information and discuss best practices and things like that.
Right, and I think the other piece too is providing opportunities for home ownership. So when I mean affordable housing, that includes rental as well as home ownership. Opportunities for working families to have home ownership opportunities and maybe some kind of relief, at least at the, I know Habitat, and I mean, again, they're all working toward that, but I'm just wondering if there's any opportunities for home ownership as well, for families that, you know, might not be LMI.
Mm-hmm.
or in the lower income brackets, but perhaps they don't meet that threshold. So it's just a thought.
I think something that I see in the city of Lorraine quite a bit, and I'm sure it's the case in other communities in the region, Elyria, Cleveland, is the lack of action being taken in creating new housing on former housing sites, right? So infill housing is something that I
Mhm.
would like to see definitely more funding, I guess, sought for that. There's a current program in Ohio that I think only runs through county port authorities, and to my understanding, hasn't been extremely successful. It's newer, so it hasn't been happening long, but building new affordable housing, single-family houses, duplexes on vacant lots that have previously had homes that have gone into disrepair and torn down, right? So in the city of Lorraine, at least, I've seen hundreds of houses taken down throughout neighborhoods. And unfortunately, to some regard, unfortunately, the city's lost control because they've sold off a number of those properties, or the county port authority has sold off a number of those properties. But I guess my desire would be for advocacy for either cities or counties or housing authorities to also be able to go after those funds, or nonprofit organizations, CDCs, to go after those funds to do new home builds in those pockets of blocks that sometimes have 3, 4, 5 houses, gone over the last 10 years, probably. There's been no new build on those lots, and so it's often just tall grass, which might be better than a blighted house. But I mean, the desire would be, instead of only seeing new builds in the developments in certain pockets of the city that are $400,000 and $500,000 houses, less than $200,000 houses being built in our already established neighborhoods, I think is something that I desire to see more funding at.
And my other question too is and I'm not sure if NOACA is the right agency, but one of the challenges that some of our communities have is they're in a rural area and do not have access to public water and sewer. And I know with the Ohio Senate Select Committee on Housing this past year, one of the common themes in those public hearings was access to public sewer and water, and or extension of, in order to provide multifamily housing with more density. So I'm just wondering, are there opportunities for NOACA to work with the counties with the multiple entities that have public utilities to extend and apply for grant money in order to extend and or establish where it makes sense? I mean,
Yeah, I don't know, but I see us thinking about it.
Hmm.
Liz, do you have anything to?
Oh, no, I think a lot of what I'm hearing is, and thinking about, and I'm relatively new to NOACA. But thinking about NOACA does and what you all are saying, so much of this overlaps, right? Like where housing exists is where roads exist and bus travel exists and where utilities already exist. So and I think Bev can speak more to this, but it is within our legislative agenda to focus on reuse of existing assets rather than redevelopment. And all those, NOACA is transportation and planning, but those all kind of layer on top of each other, the housing that goes with that and the utilities that go with that.
To the chair, if I can. Yeah, so I I'm hearing what all of you are suggesting. Those are all great suggestions and things that maybe we could sort of augment our advocacy program with some of those things. We do on a regular basis. I follow what some of the urban, like the National League of Cities and those kind of organizations are supporting and advocating for, because I think a lot of their interests align with what we do here at NOACA. So, but we can look for more opportunities to advocate for some of that kind of infill development that I think you're talking about. There does need to be, I think, more of a focus on that kind of development, like you say, instead of big shiny new developments, to fill in these neighborhoods where houses are being torn down, abandoned and torn down, or just left in disrepair. So that's part of what the some of the brownfields funding might be helpful for that, but some of the transit-oriented development funding, and there are some grant opportunities in the IIJA for TOD, transit-oriented development funding. And if you ever want to take a look at those, and if there's something that you think would help your community, let us know. And maybe it's, we could direct you, help you, support you with submitting an application, and we could support that. But those are just a few things that come to mind.
I'm just, even if it's, I guess, communicating those to connections of advocacy groups that you might have that I don't have, as a representative in the region, whether it's the National League of Cities, just communicating that, I guess, would be my ask. If you speak to those representatives, that's something that you're hearing, because it's something that I'm hearing a lot in my community, especially representing an organization that represents downtown Lorraine and one of our older neighborhoods in the city. So thank you.
Oh, great suggestion. And I think every community is dealing with that, especially a lot of the older cities. I know Cleveland, Lorraine, there are a lot of those kind of neighborhoods where you've got the eyesore housing, one house here, one house there, and there isn't really funding often to deal with that, to either repair or tear down and rebuild. And so point noted, but thank you for that.
The Cuyahoga County Planning Commission is doing some really good work creating a model TOD zoning overlay for communities to adopt or modify to suit their needs. And even though that's mainly focused on transit corridors where there is usually multi-story mixed use development, housing, retail, multifamily, they've also have guidance in their model overlay that allows communities to either dial it down or up. And so communities where there might be, like Lorraine, where you might have that multi-story, maybe 2-3 story mixed use feel on a main street, but single family homes or duplexes detached immediately behind or adjacent to it, that might be, we could potentially invite them to present to NOACA or to some of the other councils as well on that work, because it is really exciting. I'm on one of the advisory committees creating that model overlay code. So it's been really exciting to watch and participate in.
Anything else? Bev, do you have anything else?
Appreciate the input.
Absolutely.
By anything else, did you mean that like miscellaneous and unfinished business before the closing of the
Just-
meeting?
This is
Okay,
free forum.
sure. Well, just brainstorming, an idea that popped into my mind is kind of circling back to the conversation about the rideshare program. If I have an industrial park and I can get all of the business leaders together for a meeting, would NOACA be willing to send a representative to speak with them and see
Oh,
if there's a way we could
absolutely.
coordinate a rideshare with that park? Great.
Sure.
And I'll definitely get with you
Okay,
on the back end of that. Thank you.
great. Yeah, we'd appreciate the assistance.
Good idea. Anything else?
Liz?
Liz, do you have anything else?
No, that was all I had, but if you all would like to continue to talk about anything, we're here.
All right. That was a good discussion. Last call. Anyone else like to discuss anything? Besides the weather. Okay. So, That report's an update? No, are there any additional reports or updates?
They're not.
Okay, is there any old business? Or new business? Any further discussions? All right, can I have a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
A second? Discussion?
Second.
Oh, if there is no quorum, we can end the meeting without a motion, so, oh, I wasn't very efficient there. Have a great weekend, everyone. Stay cool.
Thank you.
That was a good discussion. Thank you. Yeah, I'd be interested in the housing piece. That's like something that I just got done writing the analysis of impediments.
In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on top of them. They are on when the light is blue. We do not have quorum to vote on the minutes, so we're going to go ahead and bypass that for the time being. Has anyone signed in to speak today? If there's no one, we will move on to the next agenda item. Is there an executive director's report?
There is not today, other than to say thank you for coming out on such a hot day.
All right, there are no action items for today's meeting. And presentation discussion items, there's no future action. We do have some information, draft performance measures from Ronnie Blackshear. So Ronnie, take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, Ronnie Blackshear with NOACA staff. I am here now to present the draft performance measures. This version is the latest version that we've been developing with input from you all here from previous meetings. No action is requested, and this item is for presentation and discussion. Draft performance measures were presented at the March 22nd meeting. Member discussion provided staff with information to measure the right things for better results. The performance measures are grouped into three categories. The first one is U.S. state regional, which represents the point-in-time benchmarks for national, regional, state, and will be linked down to regional and at the county levels. And this can include population, pretty much all of the other performance measures that are mentioned in the spreadsheet that was in your packet. The next category is what we call the core performance measures. It allows stakeholders to become more informed about the economy and what drives its income and prosperity. The next category is the regionally unique performance measures, and they're based on our key topic areas. And as you know, in our SEDS document, there was 17 total key topic areas. Of course, we can't cover all of them at once. So with prior meetings and discussions from this group, 7 was actually presented or picked out, and they're based on the review of existing plans, statistical data, stakeholder input, and our SWOT analysis, which is a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis. Under the U.S. State regional population, of course, we'll be looking at Ohio. And the items that you see in parentheses are some of the estimates of what we could possibly get that data from. The ACS is the American Community Survey. It's actually in that packet that you have, the data sources. And I'll just go over them right quick. ACS is American Community Survey. Cleveland State University, of course, is CSU. The Federal Communications Commission, FCC. The Greater Cleveland Partnership, GCP. Jumpstart is JS. The Ohio Housing Finance Agency is OHFA, and Team NEO, Team Northeast Ohio. And the actual spreadsheet that was sent to you guys, we wanted to make sure that we sent it out earlier so that we can get some input. So I didn't receive anything, but I'm pretty sure you will probably have a discussion on these items here at this meeting. Of course, under the U.S. regional category, they have the population. Of course, that can be actual population based on race, age, specific things of that nature. Core under that category is the wealth creation, per capita income, median household income. Economic measures, we can look at the EDA funded projects, non-EDA funded projects, new businesses started and licenses, percent GDP, gross domestic product spent on research and development, private investment dollars, public investment dollars. The one thing I also need to make known is that as we put together our draft performance measures, each one will have a benchmark so that we have a starting point. Generally, we'll probably be looking at, since 2020 was initially this established year, that was kind of a weird year because of the pandemic. So we may go back, revert to like maybe 2019, because I've seen data from that part, from that year that could be utilized as our benchmark as we begin our measurements. Of course, the key topic areas are based on the sets. The ones that are highlighted in red are our 7 areas: the access to broadband, education, healthcare, housing, innovation and entrepreneurship, manufacturing, and workforce development. The regionally unique performance measures are the key topic areas. The access to broadband, some of the measurements could be the internet subscription per 1,000 residents, end user adoption. Under education, we can review graduation rates, student attendance rates, employment post-graduation rate, post-secondary training, internships / apprenticeships, and high school career exposure. Under healthcare, we can possibly look at annual healthcare spending by resident, access to specialty health services, patient out-migration, patient room turnover. Under housing, residential permits issued, affordability and home ownership. Under innovation, entrepreneurship, small and medium enterprises growth, business expansions, innovation, and research and development growth. And finally, in the manufacturing, manufacturing productivity and value-added manufacturing. On the workforce development, we can review or look at employable population, ages 16 to 64, labor force participation rate, jobs created and or retained, employment or population rate, unemployment rate, new high-wage jobs. And in parentheses, I've seen studies where growth could be at $5,000. That can be whatever the committee would like to see that as being. And the new average new average jobs, wage jobs, the amount could be assessed, and we can come up with a figure for that. And also job growth in identified clusters. Of course, these are the definitions and data sources. And there is no financial impact with this agenda item. And as far as the next steps, a comprehensive set of performance measures allows the subcommittee to assess the region's performance and decide if the objectives of the SEDS are being met. And of course, I mentioned at our previous meetings that we have to do an annual update to our SEDS, and every 5 years we do a major update based on this information. So I know we're just getting started, but I feel that we could have a successful outcome with regard to our SEDS and provide the necessary data and see Northeast Ohio growth. No action is requested. And again, this action is for presentation and discussion. And that concludes my presentation. Now I can open it up for discussion. I would say that the performance measures that were selected after we went through several rounds does the committee feel satisfied with the type of information that we could possibly be measuring? Or if there's any new additional ones that you may have or want to see?
Please.
So Paul Hurtig, Cuyahoga County. First of all, just want to acknowledge and thank Ronnie and the staff for a lot of work, a lot of iterations here, a lot of input to get. One comment I do have, and I wonder if we could look at the workforce page again. One thing that I might suggest is also relevant is some measure of the gap between talent available and talent needed. This is sometimes has different names, but I think most of us have the experience in doing our BRE calls of most employers telling us they simply can't get all the skilled workers they need for various positions. And I know in our work in Cuyahoga County, we feel that making efforts to close that gap is an important part of our economic development work.
Thank you.
May I ask how you would measure that?
If Jacob were here, I would put Jacob on the spot. We really do look at the Team NEO reports that come out, kind of measuring the difference between need and supply for various categories of positions. I think it's broken down both by industry sectors, but more importantly by occupational classifications.
Okay.
So that's really the source we look at. And I think a lot of it flows from BLS data, so it's available.
Yeah, and I think also you would probably have the demand factor too that's built into that. If there's a demand for talent for, say, a certain industry.
Joe had a question first, I think.
Mr. Chairman, to the speaker, could you go back to the education platform, please? I guess what I'm wondering is in the Roman numeral 2, is there a way that you could include, which the universities have? And I'm guessing that when you're talking about graduation rates, if it's at Cleveland State, which is here, I know Case and other schools as well could, probably offer some data that I think is important for the region, but the amount of international students that are coming, the amount of international students who are graduating, and what does that look like to Mr. Hurtig's question of workforce, of them actually getting a job? And the reason, Mr. Chairman, and to the director, is your first word, I believe, in this presentation was population. And, we're looking at a 5-year countdown now to the census. And last census, we lost one congressman. Thank goodness, had our immigrant community in Ohio not been what it was, we would have lost 2. Right? And I know representation at this table is very important with regard to the resources that we deserve as a region. And I just think we have to be much more overt about that. And we can't be overt if it's not reported. And I think it's something that I think would bear a conversation here with regard to this. And then I guess my second thing, and I would ask Mr. Chairman, to the speaker, these are the red items that have been identified. Do the blue ones just go away? Can you go back to the very first thing where you showed the 7 priorities that we have? So the red are there. Do the blue just disappear, or is there a place for them? I guess I just saw the movie Inside Out. I'm wondering about these emotions.
No, one of the things that we wanted to do in these 17 key topic areas, it doesn't necessarily mean that we will not delve into them prior to these, but we had to have a starting point.
Yep.
So if some of those, the ones that are in blue that are being shown, may interact in some form or fashion into the ones that we have, but we have to kind of narrow it down because there's so much information that's out there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be working in any way I can for the bottom word in the first column, immigration, any way we can help to share with that. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director.
Appreciate it.
Dennis, please.
Under innovation and entrepreneurship, I think one of the key metrics that is missing is capital investment. One of the biggest challenges for anybody starting a business or investing in innovation in the region is capital. And I'm not sure we have a good source and a continued source of capital for the region. Every entrepreneur will tell you that money is the hardest thing to come by other than the idea. So we need to, and I think Jumpstart has its information, so we ought to tap that resource as part of this and look at our capital spending, because I believe it's plateaued, and I believe the only way we're going to grow innovation and entrepreneurship is with more capital being brought into the region.
Miranda Keister, Lake Development Authority. I just had a quick question on the data that you're looking for. Are you looking for over a period of time? I know you had mentioned having to do this every 5 years. Is that correct?
Yeah, what we need is, what we're trying to do now is to establish a benchmark, so we have a starting point. So every year we can begin to measure some of these items. Some of them may not necessarily show growth on a yearly basis, but they will show some type of measurement. And every 5 years of how the SEDS is being reported and the annual updates that we have to do, we still need to provide whatever the progression that we've made on a yearly basis. But then our major update is every 5 years.
Okay, so are we looking at the past 5 years then for this initial benchmark? Because I know it's the first one.
It can be that.
Okay.
That could be a source too. So it's once we establish those numbers, then definitely bring it back to you guys so you can make sure that we're on the right track.
That makes sense. Thank you so much.
Anyone else?
Real quickly, I won't want to tell you that like you should get super granular on all of these, but to go along with Joe's point, I think there should be some kind of disaggregation of these, at least at a broad level, both by place and then like either ethnicity, community, native born. Basically, I wouldn't want to get to a point where the top line numbers are masking something that we're doing unequally, right? And that could be by place or race or whether or not someone's native born or an immigrant. For example, we could be doing fantastically in Cleveland, wonderfully, but middling as a region, and that's because we could be letting Lorraine County down or some of the rural counties down. But a top line number wouldn't necessarily show that, and we could continue to focus a lot of effort in Cleveland and a place that might be doing really well on these things and continuing to leave behind some of the other places in the region and similar with communities within those places. There could be a lot of great stuff going on the west side of Cleveland and nothing on the east side, and then to be a middling number, and we could focus a lot more resources. But if those resources also go to the west side, it's just this case of sometimes when we have these macro numbers and we're not actually looking at least one level down of disaggregation, we could be masking what is actually happening within the numbers and where we could be devoting our resources and programs and efforts.
Any other responses, questions?
So if I may clarify what I think Jeff said. So is it worth our while then to do some sub-regional measures to the regional measures? And is it something that we do want to look at things by county in addition to the region?
I would suggest something like that
Like
and like I said, to argue against myself, you could get too granular too quickly and get lost in it. But you do want to make sure that you're not that something isn't just being masked by that top line number, whether it's, race, place, native born, like there are things that can fall through the cracks in a top line number.
Ronnie, if you can go back to that blue and red. So, I mean, in blue, equity obviously is very important. And there are things within the red that can highlight equity. And so we could take another look at, same with immigration. I mean, obviously it is important to note whether or not our region is claiming its share of immigrants that the rest of the country are seeing in terms of, we know that there's a lot of increase in population across the country, yet we as a state are not receiving the same levels of population growth because we are not as, I don't know if it's we don't have immigrants to the same level. And so how do we make sure that we're capturing that? So we'll give that some thought, and we'll take a look at some of the things like immigration or equity that is more people-based than place-based and see how we can capture those.
Miranda from Lake Development Authority, are we able to tie equity and immigration into some of these larger topics? Like when you're diving into the categories that you had on each one, can you add a category for immigration and equity in each one of those?
That's kind of what I'm thinking, yeah.
Okay.
As I mentioned before, even though the ones that are in red are being highlighted at this point, there's definitely a possibility of the ones that are in blue that will be integrated into those. So, and these are not at just say one level, but we'll be going down to the county level. And also peer analysis is going to be important for us too, as we kind of prepare ourselves to, what other EDDs and those who have SEDS that are doing within this, not only within the state of Ohio, but say around the country.
All right, we're good to move on then? Next information is SEDS of education. It's also under Ronnie.
Give Ronnie a second while he changes his hat.
Okay, for the record, Ronnie Blackshear, NOACA staff. As was previously mentioned at one of our, several of our previous meetings, every year NOACA has what we do, we develop a key focus areas for each calendar year. And the focus areas that we have was based on what we just did. One of the ones was to draft performance measures. Another one was to educate communities on SEDS and its benefits to the areas. And this is what this topic is pointing to. No action is required, and this item is for presentation and discussion. An effective, comprehensive economic development strategy maximizes the region's economic development potential, commits to measurable success, and engages with the U.S. EDA and other federal agencies to access infrastructure and technical grants. One thing that you'll see also is that for each of our agendas from this point on, there will always be a reference to the actual SEDS document, so that you'll have that reference to go to it and kind of read up on things that are, being discussed. So that's a part of that SEDS education. NOACA SEDS helps builds on the strengths of Northeast Ohio. It identifies gaps in resources and or expertise, facilitates regional collaboration, expands supply chains, and grow and support new industry clusters. When combined with an EDD designation, of which we are pursuing, it increases the likelihood to attract federal funds and technical assistance to the region. It's just another hurdle. It doesn't add any additional funds to what we're are pursuing at this point, but it just gives us that next level of certification. And stakeholders who are educated on the SEDS are more informed and aware of benefits it represents to the areas. Again, NOACA SEDS addresses the 17 key topic areas identified in our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis. And it's based on the initial community needs. The subcommittee will focus on those following 7 areas that was mentioned before: the access to broadband, education, healthcare, housing, innovation and entrepreneurship, manufacturing, and workforce development, with the overlap of the other 10 key topic areas as they fit into this. Of course, this is another slide of the key topic areas that are initially being looked at. This is a little hard to see, but these are the strategies, outcomes, and potential partners. This is a part of your packet. And these are the things that we have to, as we move forward in our annual report and our 5-year report to the feds is that these are the things that we have to look at and strive for, that we're being successful as we move forward. And these are just the 7 that was identified. Each of those key topic areas do have strategies, outcomes, and potential partners. This is healthcare and housing, innovation and entrepreneurship and manufacturing, and then workforce development. And there is no financial impact for this agenda item. And the sets will be used as an educational guide to understand the regional economy and to take action to improve it. No action is requested, and this item again is for presentation and discussion. And I'll open it up to the floor for any discussion.
Miranda Keister from Lake Development Authority. So when you're looking at the annual and 5-year reports to the federal government, what are they looking for? Are they looking for increase in projects that are going towards those, or are they looking at decrease to fund projects? I mean, what's the?
They're looking for progress of what we're making and what we said that we will be doing in our set. So any progress that we make, we're wanting to make the Northeast Ohio, vibrant, and the things that we're saying. Basically, like if you look at goals and objectives of any plans, those key things that are occurring, that we want to make note of those things. So it's a progression.
Got it. Are there any consequences if there's a regression of some sort?
No, those are the things that I don't think that there's any consequences. It just doesn't look as good as what we want, but we want to try to move forward as much as possible, and any progress is better than no progress.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions for Ronnie? Hearing none. Thank you, Ronnie. The last piece is Gina, who's going to talk about the NOACA Vibrant Neo Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund.
Good morning, Mr. Gallo. Good morning, Grace, members of the committee. My name is Gina Baim. I want to start by apologizing for making this presentation sitting down. I can't bear weight on my feet right now, but so just bear with me. Let me start by saying that this will be a repeat for some of you who are in this committee and are also members of the Brownfields Steering Committee. And maybe you will have something to contribute, or you're going to set me straight if I say something incorrectly. So let's do this. There's no action requested. This is just for your information. Giving you a history of the NOACA Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund project. It's actually a NOACA and Vibrant Neo initiative. In 2022, a coalition between NOACA and Vibrant Neo was formed and was awarded $1 million from US EPA. And the Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund was created. We very recently received supplemental funds, another grant for another $1 million. Vibrant Neo is, as probably most of you know, but for the record, covers 12 counties in Northeast Ohio. So it's an area that goes above and beyond the NOACA area, including all the counties that are listed there, and 3 other planning NOACA type organizations. They're not exactly metropolitan planning organizations, all of them, but there's Eastgate and NEFCO in addition to NOACA. Vibrant Neo produced a report some years ago, and one of their stated objectives was to reuse vacant and abandoned industrial sites, and mentioning specifically that those would be relevant for economic development, and that's why I'm presenting this to you. And that report advocates for a brownfield redevelopment fund. So that's the background for why this is a NOACA and Vibrant Neo initiative. There's a memorandum of understanding between these two entities that defines what each one of them will do. But NOACA is the fiscal agent for the RLF. So in fact, the grants come from EPA to NOACA, and NOACA does the bulk of that management and administration of the funds. So in order to do that, a 29-member Brownfield Steering Committee was formed. Thank you for being part of that committee. It's comprised of elected officials from the 12 counties and subject matter experts from the 12 counties. The committee reviews applications for loans and subgrants to be made from this fund. And this is done using selection criteria that's defined in that memorandum of understanding. The Brownfield Steering Committee then conducts due diligence of the loan applicants and recommends projects to both the Vibrant Neo and the NOACA Board of Directors. The NOACA board is the one that, by the agreement, gives final approval to this to these projects. Once final approval is given for each particular loan or subgrant, then an agreement term, a contract is drafted, and we take it from there. The Brownfield Steering Committee is also responsible for determining the conditions of the loans and subgrants. So what the interest rate should be, the payback period, and things like that. Just briefly on the selection criteria, there are things that are mandated by EPA. For example, a successful loan applicant cannot be the party who polluted the site. So if you made it dirty, we won't give you money to clean it up. That's an EPA rule. But in addition to that, in selecting which applicants are worthy of the money, there's a point system that was developed, and sites get points if they are in a designated asset risk area, and that's a Vibrant Neo term defined in the report. Areas that have declining population, but are ready for reinvestment. Also designated strategic reinvestment areas. These are more stable areas, but they have infrastructure that is such that future development is likely. In addition, the steering committee approved us to look at things like how close to a body of water this site to be cleaned up is, and what type of development is being proposed, and things of that nature. So, in addition to the criteria, the steering committee has defined the general terms and conditions for these loans. These have already been approved by the two boards. There was an original list, and then there was a small amendment done in March of this year. So basically, an applicant can request as much as they want. Obviously, they're not going to get as much as they want necessarily, but there are no limits there. EPA does have some limits on how much we can give in for a grant or a forgivable loan. But EPA itself does not limit the amount of a particular loan as long as there's money in the bank, right? The interest rate is very attractive, 0%, and the payback period is 10 years. We are requesting a 20% local match from every successful recipient. And they also need to pay $2,000, which cover our legal fees and partially cover our fees for financial review of their application. Actually, I misspoke slightly. It's 0.5% of the amount or $2,000, whichever is lower. Our conditions for loans and forgivable loans and subgrants are a little stricter than EPA. The steering committee has decided that unless the loan available for the balance available for granting exceeds $1 million, we are not going to give subgrants or forgivable loans, only conventional loans at 0% and up to 10 years. And one of the March 2024 additions to this list is that when granting a loan to a private entity, we are requiring some form of guarantee. This collateral, by the way, does not mean that NOAC and Viburneo are intending to acquire land, but some form of guarantee that they will pay back the loan. This is a revolving loan, so we are interested in getting money back to keep this going. So far, the steering committee has recommended 3 loans. They were all approved by the 2 boards. And I am going to talk a little bit about each one of them in the coming slides. So first, the Middleburg Heights project. This is on West 130th Street, and it's a site that the city of Middleburg Heights acquired in August of 2023. It's part of a larger area that they're redeveloping. This particular site is almost 19 acres and used to be a former Sears department store. They're gonna clean it up and reuse it as mixed commercial and residential. The total remediation is more than they've asked for us, of course. It's $1,100,000. They've asked for $500,000, and that's just for asbestos remediation. Our revolving loan fund does not consider demolition and redevelopment as eligible expenses, and that's an EPA rule. So just for the remediation itself. They expect to create 400 temporary jobs during construction and 270 permanent jobs. That contract is already signed with the city of Middleburg Heights, and they have already taken the initial necessary steps, which are to have a analysis of brownfield cleanup alternatives, draft a community involvement plan. There will be opportunities for the public to give the city feedback. They did is this a historical site? It's not. And those 3 initial documents are being revised right now. Once NOAC, Viburneo, and EPA say that they're good, remediation can start, and they can start making requests for disbursements for the loan. So these loans are disbursed as eligible expenses are presented to NOACA, who is the fiscal agent. We expect then the actual remediation work to start, sometime in the fall and be completed still in 2025. Next up is the MLK Plaza project. This is also asbestos remediation prior to demolition. It's on Wade Park. And this is a mixed-use proposal with multifamily housing and some minority-driven market hall on the first floor of the development. They're asking for $300,000 out of a expected cost of $500,000 remediation. This contract is not signed yet. We are still working on the contract details. They expect remediation, or they expect to shovel in the ground for remediation in mid-2025. Construction is expected to create somewhere between 150 and 300 temporary jobs, and then 25 to 30 permanent jobs when the remediation and redevelopment is complete. And the last one, this one was just approved by the board of NOACA 2 weeks ago on the 7th. And that's for a project in Akron. Akron is part of Vibrant Neo area, of course, even though it's not part of NOACA. That's in the old Firestone building. There's even a very cool picture that didn't make it to this presentation of the old Firestone building with that logo on top. So that building is coming down, and they're asking for $500,000, again, asbestos remediation prior to demolition, so they can reuse the site as an industrial site. That's a hefty total remediation cost, and they intend to apply for other funds to supplement what they have asked from us. We have not started, this was just 2 weeks ago, we have not started drafting the contract, done pretty much anything with this yet, other than tell the recipient that they were awarded the grant. They expect to create 150 temporary jobs and 100 permanent jobs when redevelopment is complete. If you do the math, we have encumbered already $1,300,000 for loans. The first two are from the first pot of money, and the Akron loan is from the second pot of money that we were just awarded March of this year. I forget the exact date. The loan is disbursed as the recipients submit their eligible expenses, and NOACA's expenses with managing the revolving loan fund and environmental consultants that are helping us review all the paperwork and stuff, all that is considered also eligible expenses and comes out of this total pot of money. So with that, Brownfield Steering Committee meets quarterly, and there is no action requested. However, there's an informal action that I will request from all of you here, and that is to go back to your communities and encourage them to submit applications for this program. This is going to be news for those of you who are in the Brownfield Steering Committee. We didn't have any applications for the next round, so we will have to cancel the next steering committee meeting. So we are very actively soliciting applications for next time over. So even though we don't have a huge amount of money left, we do have some. So especially if there are small projects in your neighborhood, have them go to our website, contact me or Jason, who's helping a lot with this project, and or contact whoever your contact is as NOACA, and they will guide you on what to do. And with that, this is it. If there's any questions,
Any
Mr.
questions?
Chair.
Virginia, please, Joe.
A quick question, Mr. Chairman, to the speaker. You said that there's a requirement that the organizations put in some kind of collateral to pay back. Are you in first position? Is that a requirement?
So for the first pot of money, EPA requires NOACA to have a 20% local contribution. And that's the genesis of that requirement that is
Yeah.
being,
No, I just want to make sure that you're getting paid back first before the other lenders. What
oh,
position are
that's
you in
a-
terms of the
that's-
collateral?
That's not a cash contribution. That is eligible expenses that they will incur themselves. And show us proof that,
Of work.
you know, this portion of the cleanup we paid for ourselves.
Okay. Second
that's how it
question,
works.
you talked about the job growth, which is amazing. Is there a focus, Mr. Chairman, to the speaker, on the jobs being for the people within the NOACA service area?
No.
Mr. Chairman, to the speaker, is there, I mean, I'm thinking about Lorraine, I'm thinking about Geauga, I'm thinking about Lake, I'm thinking about Cuyahoga County. I'm thinking about all of our partners here that are part of the NOACA family. I don't want to be, you know, in any way disrespectful to people from outside the area, but why wouldn't we employ our own regional, citizens?
It was not a requirement that the steering committee decided to place, and it's not an EPA requirement. EPA does encourage us to look at how many jobs are created. The sites are, of course, in the target region, but as far
I'll
as
just
we
say,
went.
and I'll leave it at this, Mr. Chairman, there's a lot of folks in all of the representatives' areas that could use work. I have no problem with Franklin County and Lucas County. I think they're beautiful places to visit. But if we're giving this money, it should go toward the people who live here. Thank you, Chairman.
Paul.
Thanks. I was gonna talk about something else, but Joe gave me an idea too. So I'll give my original thought first. I think many people are aware that the process for state brownfield grants is dragging on and dragging on and dragging on. And I say this because there may be projects out there that you know of where the developer landowner is thinking they're going to get a state brownfield grant. And here's a source of money they can move on now. Understood, most people like grants more than loans, but this is a pretty soft loan. So I'm kind of giving a little sales pitch here for anyone that knows a developer that's saying, boy, I only need 800,000 or so. This may be the perfect fit.
We don't even have 800
Oh,
right now,
sorry.
but.
Okay, but if we can get rid of what we have, we can get
Absolutely.
more from the EDA. can't
That's
we?
right. So, thank you for that. The second supplemental funds that we got, the $2 million, we only got it because we had already, in our, this is a very young program. And in that first year, we were very successful. We made a grant, a loan, I'm sorry. We had a loan contract already signed with the first one with Middleburg Heights, and we had encumbered everything we could for that first million, and we had projects in the pipeline. We had Akron. So EPA said, you're a good recipient of this grant, here's another million. We expect that in early 2025, the same thing will happen if we have projects in the pipeline. So even though right now we may not be able to fund 800,000, which was the example given, that will look good on us and will, in the eyes of EPA, will increase our chances of getting more supplemental funds paid into 2025.
And if I may, thinking about Joe Simperman's point, I just want to give a little plug here for something that the Cuyahoga County Workforce Development Board's doing, and I want to acknowledge financial support from the city of Cleveland. It's running a built environment program, which has among its aims the recruitment of people from non-traditional backgrounds to work in remediation programs. So absolutely recognizing the fact that, here's some work opportunities and we have a lot of disadvantaged citizens that ought to be enrolled. Now this program is just Cuyahoga County, but I would certainly hope that, other opportunities might exist.
Please, Marty.
A question I have is, without you having many applicants, that could possibly be due to the, restrictions that are, for the guidelines to apply. Case in point, when I discussed it with you a couple weeks ago, a possible remediation, they had to have a phase one done 6 months prior, within 6 months prior to the transfer of real estate. It seems like a hindrance because sometimes you'll buy a property knowing that it's blighted and might not be able to understand all the environmental hazards of it. By putting that restriction to having it before you purchase the property could hinder the sale of it, which would hinder the project from moving forward. But also seeing that you have so few applicants, I think the rules might be a little bit tight for certain environments for cleanup.
Mr. Chair? So that's a US EPA requirement. You made it dirty, you clean it up, we don't do it. So that's the thing. You need to do your due diligence before purchasing the property if you want to apply for this grant for the remediation. That's what that's about. So before completing the purchase, that phase one needs to be done so it's documented what existed there before you before the transfer occurred, so that whatever is dirty there after the transfer occurred clearly was not caused by you, purchaser, because here it is. We looked at it before we bought it and it was already there.
Well, there's also changes of use too. For example, you might have an industrial use and you go to residential use, knowing that there's an environmental hazard there, that the environmental hazard itself could be cleaned up better than the existing. So I know that case in point. I've done some remediation with my own personal real estate, but for example, the power plant in Avon Lake, they want to put some residential property or residential units there, and they're taking it to a phase that is not allowing single-family dwellings, but it will allow high-rises. Well, that would restrict them in this program, and on a smaller or larger scale. That's my point in this, is that there might be an additional cleanup. And there's different phases, or different, asbestos is different than ground cleanup. So as you get into it, you'll know that phase one might not catch it, or it might not be relevant to that particular purchase.
Any other questions? Comments? Okay. Are there any reports or updates?
I have, we have applied for becoming an EDD, an Economic Development District. And to that, I'd like to recognize an audience member, a guest from US EPA, Mr. Lee Shuri. And Mr. Lee Shuri is our representative. He's come in from Detroit today. And we've got a meeting after this to talk about becoming an EDD. And so just wanted to welcome you to the meeting and thank you for driving here. And we'll give you a good meeting afterwards.
Welcome. We could use a couple extra million. Just keep that in your mind. Is there any old business? No old business. Is there any new business? No new business? Guess we'll go for a motion to adjourn. Could I get a motion to adjourn?
We all want to stay.
Yeah, no. Oh, we still don't have quorum. Okay. With that, the meeting is adjourned. Stay cool today.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good job.
Well, thanks.